Good day and welcome back. Another Assassin's Creed Valhalla stream. Today was session number 26 and the continuation of a main game in the last area of England. And yeah, we're going to Wessex today. Gonna meet Offred again and take on the last order members. Already been going to Hamptonshire here to kind of like advance a bit yesterday. I've also finished everything I wanted to do in the River Raid questline. And you also finished the Hafton storyline and or at least the last quest with him. As well as all the areas you wanted to do in Nottinghamshire. So yeah, the only thing that's really left that's like side content, I guess, is the last Tomb of the Fallen. I also only have one left. And there's one supposedly in the south of another area. Maybe I can find it. Yeah, south of here it should be actually. So maybe we actually start with that, to be honest. After I get this viewpoint over there. Just to kind of like, you know, finish that so we can focus the rest of the stream fully on the main story. There's Winchester already. But yeah, for now, let's go over here. Some of the area should be the last Tomb of the Fallen.
Sunan, guide me.
She's fine. On you fool.
These caves contain mysteries upon mysteries. Come to Papa.
Fuck. It seems very in character for Eivor to say.
New paths are ever opening. The fumes from that water warn me to avoid it.
Oh, now? Ah. Trapped by hubris. I may have exceeded my own cleverness with this one. If one more legionary is lost to my fiery traps, I will surely be sealed within this scorching tomb. I must be satisfied knowing only the most exceptional of individuals would stand any chance of surviving this Hades on Earth.
Yet another path. At least I move forward.
Right then. Not quite sure where the next one is supposed to be, but I guess I'm just gonna keep on running every direction.
Damn flames!
Jesus fuck.
Shit! I have to repair that.
Actually does some damage.
Jesus.
swear. Oh, it's like down here. Question is, do I get it like back up here? Where's it now? Is it down here? Honestly, just go back and get a new one. Where am I even? Oh, Jesus Christ, game. Act. There you go. Okay, we've been here, I'm quite sure. get to destroy that wall? I wonder. Ah, up there.
Jammed. Need to get on the other side.
Kind of reminds me of Unity with that King's DLC. Jesus, it's quite a height here. Can't actually climb this, can I? Okay, hood up. Let's get this back down here. Yeah. Gotta place it here. Then we can get it up. Oh. Now. think I should actually have a save here, just in case. Because I'm not sure if it's actually auto-saving every now and then.
Where fire flows like water and kills the careless.
Yeah, then I reckon I have to get it down here. Maybe. I mean, yeah, there's like no other way. Okay, cool. Did it. It took us long enough.
Closer to my destination.
Haven. Investigate. Fair, I reckon.
Do you come to honor or mock Verica, huh? King of the Atrebates and friend to the Romans? The other tribes were ruled by fear. Rather than build bridges, they waged war. They well deserve the slaughter that followed. I've seen the glory of Rome and know it is our future. They seal me in this sulphurous tomb, but they cannot bury destiny.
Right. So don't get the codex page for him either, apparently. Guess they didn't bother with the new tombs anymore. But Verica Sickle. It looks a bit odd. Ignite your weapon after 3 kills. I mean, that's not too bad. Okay, so we still gotta find the artifact as well. That's where we came from. Hope I didn't miss it. Here maybe?
Oi, Rusty. I feel I have completed something. But what? Perhaps the cave with the map holds the secret. My thoughts return to the map in the cave near Raventhorpe.
Right, so that's where I can finish the Tombs of a Fallen questline, I reckon. Hope it's not another like super long tomb, to be honest, because that one just took me over half an hour. Right. Let's get back to it.
Some spell has awakened the artifact. Shua.
Shuag.
Du Hasimropteros Oenosorior Hasi.
That AC3 music. It's like the original music from AC3 whenever you unlock like a tempo mechanic. That's pretty cool actually.
There's more magic at work here. I feel compelled to explore further.
I kind of wonder if this is like Eden Ring Station? Eden Ring Station. Oh. I kind of wonder if it's like another temple, like the one that we have found in AC3, you know? Definitely has the same architecture. It's actually really cool. Pleasantly surprised so far. But I have to say, the AC3 music definitely helped there.
How could this not be the work of the gods?
Nultrum?
I don't understand you. Are you a god? Like Mimir from the old legends?
Smoonstra. Re-establishing communication. I apologize for the confusion, Unlocker. I now perceive you are human, but not any human I have met before.
So, you aren't a god. A spirit, then?
Not in the sense that you mean. I am a cognitive operating system charged with the management of this defensive node. I borrow the appearance of Ra Saliz, the author of the Rings of Eden initiative.
Are you the one who summoned me here? I feel this discovery is no accident.
In that you are correct. We approach a crisis point, and you are identified as the most suitable candidate to address it.
What is the nature of your crisis?
Not mine alone. The generators within this facility have begun producing energy, but currently lack an outlet for it. If this continues unchecked, the result will be a catastrophic discharge ending all life upon this island.
That much I well understood. What must I do?
The solution lies at the power core deep within the station. I will guide you to it.
This guy looked like he's from the 21st century, but acted like he's from the ESO era.
That looks light enough to carry.
Can't use the lift. I carry this? Like how Eivor isn't even surprised by all this very much. It's like, yeah, just another day in medieval England. Oh wait, that's like way back. Never mind. Okay, let's just skip this.
I can't go any further.
An influx of energy will draw the bridge.
I should take care not to fall in that pit.
Yes. This land cannot wait another 100 millennia.
Can't really go into any direction yet, seems. Can't attack with this either, can I? Ah, never mind, I can place it in here. Okay. Fair enough.
A line of light. Is it dangerous?
Only to flesh and bone.
I could move that device if I hit it just right.
move this or not? Schiff ist. Interesting. Kevin, that's number 1.
Too heavy to lift, but I may yet move it. My way is blocked.
You will need to redirect the energy into the central chamber.
Can't I move this? Okay, there we go. Okay, that's another one. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of wish there was like more parkour puzzles. Were kind of like these two. Just have only kind of those and very, very little parkour aspects, I guess. I think I might have to move this over here. Doesn't work for.
find this thing a better home.
Yeah. Question is only where. I guess this would be a good
This place has the feel of a dream.
What you are
Action.
experiencing are remnants of our defensive system, designed to disorient the eyes and minds of those who have no place here, or who come with some malignant purpose.
These defenses, are they what drove Sunin and the animals to confusion?
Hardly. The air also carries traces of chemicals and pheromones targeting sensory faculties, and even memories.
Are you saying I may forget this place?
Not necessarily, though your perception and recollection may deviate from objective reality. Those are anti-gravity pads. Sadly, I no longer have control over them.
They may serve as stepping stones.
Oh. Oops. It's fine. I think I'm honestly gonna have another save here. Just in case something happens. Is this like stopping if I don't power this one? Yeah, apparently. I think that might work. suppose it doesn't. Hopefully that does. Hey there, Ken and Joe. Good morning to you. And thank you. Yeah, I had a very good weekend. Hope yours was nice as well. Yeah, we already decorated a bit for the Advent and Christmas time. So that was quite nice, getting a bit into the mood already. I think I definitely still have to get up there somehow. So I was thinking maybe that makes elevators up here work as well, but yes, it doesn't. Was a great weekend. Very nice. It's good to hear, Ken and Joe. Okay, that makes the elevator work, apparently. So I guess if I would now go ahead and climb this again, and I probably get over there. Up there. Tricky. This is a DLC. Kind of, yeah. It's one of the 3 DLCs for the main game, which is Tombs of the Fallen. Kind of like 6 tombs that have been added to give like a bit more of a challenge again. More like puzzle based rather than parkour based, but yeah, quite neat for sure. completely free WoW, so you can do that without even paying for anything, except for the main game, of course. Have I seen AC Mirage? You like the idea that it is in Persia? I have, yeah. I'm actually really looking forward to Assassin's Creed Mirage. And hey Verot, welcome Insani. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a good rest of the stream today with some AC1. How was the rest of it? Hope you had a good time with the 50th anniversary. But yeah, same here, Kill and Drew. I think it's really good that it kind of like comes back to where AC has started in a way, both location-wise, but also, you know, kind of like time-wise. Getting closer to the kind of like original Brotherhood that we have seen in the first game. And yeah, there's like so many opportunities for unique locations you can visit. And yeah, it's going good, Rod. I'm kind of like spending so much time right now just doing the Tombs of the Fallen, the remaining ones. I'm currently the last one. But yeah, there's like lots of puzzle solving, so definitely takes a while to get it done. I haven't really done anything else yet today, but the goal is to eventually get to Winchester and finish that today. You did, it was great. You have 3 more memories blocks remaining, so we'll finish the game tomorrow. Very nice. That's some awesome progress right there. And yeah, that game. Even though I just played it, I could like immediately hop back into it. What I love about AC1 is also just how unique every assassination feels, you know. It's just so fun doing them over and over as well. Okay, so let's align this back here. And we can use these elevators. Okay, sorry, I was distracted for a sec and had to mute myself. But yeah, how do we do this? It seems like the beam, it is guiding outwards, right? So it should technically work. I hope. Jesus Christ, these puzzles are something else. What's required actually to do all of this? No worries, Rod. Take your time, dude. You back now? Welcome back. Oh no. Fuck me. But at least I can go up here. Bene. The way back up in case I fall. So it's kinda cool, Rod. I don't know if you have done all of the Tombs of the Fallen yet. But once you unlock this last one, they actually play the exact same music that plays in AC3 whenever you insert one of the power sources in the temple. And also has a very, very similar architecture, of course. So it was a pretty cool surprise. Went and grabbed another drink, having a can of Coke. Oh, very nice. I brought some Coke. A drink though. I hope you enjoy that one. You didn't know that? That's awesome. Absolutely, yeah. It was a nice little throwback there, especially now that we've just played it quite recently, you know. Okay, so... No. I can go up here. Eva Konrad Wäsche. Welcome in. It's going good, thank you. Playing some AC Valhalla. Currently doing the Tombs of the Fallen. Okay, does this move back down again? Only at once. Yes, I probably have to stand up there. Maybe also move this one down. I should technically move down again, I hope now. Does it? Maybe it doesn't. I'm from Germany, so yeah, you guessed right there. But I keep the chat in English, so that's why I answered in that language. Okay, I should have kept this thing up here actually. Never mind. So, Rod, will you be doing another AC1 stream tomorrow? or what's on the menu for that day. Ah, that's right. Sorry, you already mentioned that you wanna be getting back to it tomorrow. Then the second one will be definitely to finish the game. Very nice. That sounds like a good plan. I can't use this thing here. Okay, let's get back here again. Okay, this is the most apparently. Interesting. Wait, but now I'm here, now it's stuck. Amazing. Okay, so it's like a lift to get back up and down. But don't worry, and then you'll be replacing AC1 with Splinter Cell for its 20th anniversary. Damn, 20 years. That's actually insane.
Who would build something that could destroy a whole land? They would rule only death.
Its intended purpose was defensive, but the project was abandoned prior to its completion. We were short-sighted in our planning, and blind to the power of politics.
Ava Harbinger. Ah yes, a final tomb. Takes more time moving around than figuring what to do. Pretty much, yeah. It's actually crazy. I've been basically just spending the entire stream so far doing Tombs of a Fallen. But we're almost done. If I could definitely be a bit more fast-paced, maybe a bit more parkour-focused. And have like a puzzle every now and then, instead of it being like the sole focus of it. But hey, that's just me. Okay, we gotta open up one with a 3 dots, I guess. Maybe that one. Never mind, that's the one with a 4. Let's also have another save here, just in case. The lava tomb was the one you were talking about. Once there fell in the lava and you couldn't spawn a new one. Had to restart the whole thing. The autosave was already past the point. Damn, that's annoying. Actually, that happened to me too earlier. That one of the spheres fell in the lava. Fortunately, I could spawn a new one though. But yeah, if I couldn't, then I would also have to like restart the whole thing.
What need was so great to justify this risk?
To avert a greater catastrophe that would devastate many lands. Not just this one.
Sounds like Ragnarok.
I lack that reference. It was the end of an age?
And the dawn of another.
Okay then. What the fuck? How did I dodge that? Holy shit. I believe it actually worked. Okay, that actually surprised me. I legit thought I was dead there. Okay. Okay then. It should work, I hope. Can't jump over there apparently. Harbinger, you downgraded all of the gear except your main set in Valhalla, and you still don't have enough titanium to fully upgrade that. Yeah. Yeah, titanium, unless you're like really getting into the last areas and loot like quite a bit of the small chests, it's really hard to come by. Sure. Leave a bracket. This is DLC? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, this is the Tombs of the Fallen DLC. However, it's completely free to play, so anybody has access to it. Dawn of Ragnarok ingots give you 3 extra upgrade levels. Ah, do they? Oh. I think it's gonna be a while for me until I play the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC. But yeah, maybe next year.
This catastrophe back in your time, did you avoid it?
I know not. When the project was shut down, this station was cut off from the global grid.
And to what end did your leaders then turn their godly powers?
Again, that answer lies outside my knowing. But it may dwell within you.
Right, now we should be able to open up the final doorway here. Finally. I'm gonna go ahead and have another save. Just in case, because you never know. Yeah, better be safe than sorry. Lesson learned.
think such wonders are buried unused beneath the earth. I know some who'd risk their lives to possess them.
Some did so to preserve them. Our chief guardian, Hilda, bore her anger all the way to the High Council. Her failure to return suggests an unsatisfying end to her petition.
Hilda. I once met a woman named Hilderan, also driven by rage. I wonder if the two are somehow connected.
It is possible you both share a direct link to the past. However tenuous it might be.
Yeah, I guess it kind of connects to that, you know, that Hilda got imprisoned and died there by Odin, which is why Hilderin had such rage against Eivor, believing Eivor to be a reincarnation of Odin, which I guess is true. Now then, what do we do here? We have to climb that or something? Okay.
My
boy.
within sight.
Yes, you need but reach that pedestal to attain the key to this station.
I thought I was done with the puzzles.
Suspect it won't be so simple.
No. The security protocols are fully active and beyond my reach.
Okay, I'm gonna have another save, to be honest. Can't be asked to do too much again. Should probably climb this here. Did you expect to get a reward without another puzzle? Pretty much, yeah. Morphe's puzzleception, yeah. It's getting a bit much. Yo dog, we had to like puzzles, so we put more puzzles into an area that was already full of puzzles and kept adding more puzzles. X to the Z says so. Man, I loved Hit My Ride so much back then. I still watch it sometimes. That meme is also glorious. It was kind of funny because Exhibit, the host for Pimp My Ride, he actually only took the role as a host for that show because MTV promised him to play more of his songs on a daily basis. And he actually knows nothing about cars, he admitted. Which made it even funnier, I thought. Oh. Stop. Ah, never mind. Thought it came from the other side. Able. No. Ah, okay, that's another one. Okay, good. Now, let's go ahead and line this. Hope you have a good lurk rod. Oh fuck. Fortunately, that doesn't do quite so much damage. And now? Jesus. Keep on line that. GG. Oh damn. Another sort of Excalibur? Oh. Okay, just in case, another save here. Harbinger is lurking because he doesn't want to watch spoilers. He wants to do these awesome puzzles blind. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's it.
What is it? Some kind of weapon?
More of a tool, but it has been used in defense of this facility. As its legend grew, people took to calling it the Blazing Sword, ignoring its more practical functions.
How long did it take your people to build this place?
We were aware of the threat for several of your centuries. The project was plagued with delays, and in the end, we grew complacent.
Fortunately, we don't have that luxury of time. What must I do?
Draw it from the pedestal. Once released, the blade will absorb the station's power and trigger the shutdown sequence.
If the fates have led me here, I must take hold of my destiny.
Well done, Neutron. You are a most effective piece of engineering.
A most impressive tool, Spirit. The engine dies. The Guardian Spirit with it.
We honor the memory of our good friends, Buster Lees. May his stories live long in Valhalla. Huh. I wonder if that's the guy who actually wrote the murder mysteries for Unity and Syndicate. Because I know that he died not too long ago. And that they kind of like did a tribute to him as well. I'm not sure. Okay, the question is how do I get out of here again? I think honestly I'm just gonna pop myself out of here. But yeah, that finishes the Tombs of the Fallen. Finally. We did it. Awesome. So, with that done, that means the only thing that's left now is, of course, Hamptonshire and all the important locations there. And Winchester in England. And once all of that is finished, we're gonna do the Jotunheim Dream and then play the ending with Norway and the epilogue. So, that means the next stop is Ravensthorpe, and we're gonna have a look if we can upgrade anything. And then we're gonna talk to Renly to finally pledge to Winchester. He says he wrote Tyranny of Washington, Side Missions Unity, and parts of Black Flag. That's right, then it's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, he wrote the murder mysteries for Unity and Syndicate. That's right, yeah, he also wrote on Tyranny of King Washington. Yeah, rest in peace. Murder mysteries I really, really enjoyed. Also the way they were written. He was definitely one of the essential writers as well for Assassin's Creed.
What do you have today?
Have a good day.
I have to go. See you soon.
Go with your gods.
Go, Sunan.
can upgrade the fowl farm further. Can upgrade this further even, can't I? Yeah. Jesus, look at how close you are to max level. Oh, armor rate, and we should be able to upgrade the last thing.
Show me what lies ahead.
Whatever it is. Yeah, it's the last grain farm upgrade. So, warmer rate in Hamptonshire, and I think we can get there. That's nice. So close and yet so far. Indeed. Yeah, almost there. What did that kid do? That didn't look healthy. Let's also celebrate a feast.
Good day, my love.
I want to see the Alliance map. Hytham received a message from Winchester, from someone calling himself a poor fellow soldier of Christ.
Your hidden ally. Very interesting. More targets, I assume.
Yes. So what do you think? Could it be a trap?
As a West Saxon stronghold, Winchester will be a rather unwelcome place for you. But that is nothing you cannot handle. If you go, do not go boldly.
I will make my way to Winchester. The letter asked me to meet a man in white at a house of God, and then recite this phrase. When pride cometh, then cometh shame, but with the lowly cometh wisdom.
A passage from their holy book, I believe. Interesting. Go with care.
Looks like I have a new letter. Oh, look at you, Chewie.
I've charted new maps.
I would like to...
I'm here if you need anything more.
I'm...
Keep exploring.
Let's get out of here. Sail out! Seagull! Strike up a tune.
Apparently you've been a naughty boy in Valhalla, seeing your sister-in-law. Hey, you have been seen? Yeah. I mean, I've done the same. My Evo also has been a very naughty boy.
Bring the sail in!
I need to cloak myself here.
It shall hinna stapen om klotham. Gas fram! Fluga!
You really enjoy this game, though the music in Odyssey you think was better. Your ability screen looks different. Does it? How so? Format might be useful. Fair enough. How much I went on to reinstall Valhalla in preparation for the final DLC. Besides, it's 148GB when Odyssey was only 54. But Odyssey was only 54GB for you? Because for me it's like, I think slightly over 100, or maybe just below. But yeah, Odyssey is huge for sure. For all the content they have added as well. Just got to the part where you had to fight Doug. Oh. So what did you do after that situation? Did you give him the X? Or did you deny him that one? Gave him the X as we were once good friends. That's fair enough. I also usually give him the X because, as you say, like, they were close once, I guess, in a way at least. And even though we've never been on, like, really good terms, I think it doesn't really serve anybody not to give him the X. After everything, it's like the least you can do, in a way. Odyssey on Steam with both DLCs 4054. It always says the doubled amount because Steam doesn't directly download the final files. That's true for any Steam game. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Okay, let's go ahead and call in the crew here. The time with a horn, though. Hey, Vashon. Welcome in, dude.
Give me a hand over here.
How's it going?
Treasure, Eivor.
Help me out here.
I'm good plundering here. I'll kill you.
Give me a hand.
I really can Joe. Are you saying you're a Templar? Because it's kind of interesting. In AC2 you actually have a glyph where they reveal that she has been burned by Templars. because she had one of the pieces of Eden. John, you doing good? Been on Gotham Knights and watching streams? Very nice. Sounds like a good time.
Hey, can't do this alone. Hey, come here. Give me a hand with this. Right, let's get back to the ship.
Nice. Did it. Awesome. Okay, I want to make my way towards Winchester in a way, but there's still a couple other locations I want to check out first. Let's head over here. Can enjoy you're using the Brigand Armor set, still need the boots for? I gotcha. That's a really nice looking one actually. Definitely enjoyed it. I'm currently using the 4 Hidden Ones outfit. Kinda figured for the last city with all the members might be fitting. RPJ, I think you need to do one of the final 2 England arcs to get the settlement to level 6. They calculated to give the exact amount you need. Yeah, I think you pretty much have to do all the raids, right? Because I've done all of them now, I think. There's no more. Went for the looks mainly. That's fair. It's also like the transmog system because you can just like wear any gear set and you know still have the exact look you want to have. And Rod, thank you for choosing my primary weapon type. The flare it is. One of my absolute favorites. Okay, I'm gonna go for the Sinner Scour here. But what do I couple it with? I think I honestly just go for a shear, to be honest. Maybe the Blood Wolf. Of course, we get Ignite on Parry, which can be quite nice, especially with a Flail. Let's get some stun in here. And over here... we're just going for 4 ignition. Potentially, just to increase our chances of it happening. And then I want to get more speed. It works. Universe, you're not using it in your current playthrough, so I thought it would be cool to see some of it in yours. Absolutely, dude. I'm always happy to showcase some of the weapon types. And that's right, you're using the Dane X primarily, right? I think. I really love that weapon type as well. It's probably my most used one for this playthrough, to be honest. Okay, let's see with some more skill points. I don't think I have any or many of the offensive skills anymore. So I might as well get some both. Why not? Ken and Joe, you still need to do the Harvey dungeon type thing you played once, was a little undergeared. The Harvey Dreams, you mean? Yeah. The first one I think is like level 90. And then the second one is like level 200 something, I think. But it also takes a while to unlock the second one. You only like power 180. Yeah. But I guess you also still have like quite a lot of the game left as well. So you're gonna amass quite a few more skill points, I reckon. Oh, that's right. You think the next time you play, you go with a scythe as the next playthrough of it? That's a nice idea as well, because there's, I think, at least one scythe you can get your hands on quite early in the game. We don't have to start the actual Siege of Paris DLC. I think it might be one of the club weapons or something. Like a Ubisoft club.
Hey now, hey. How curious.
You're hopeless!
Wait. But if Keanu saw this, he would be like, whoa. That's all. Just like, whoa. Ah, nice. That's the last to me, actually. Another tomb, only this time it's not like nearly as long as it is in the Tombs of the Fallen.
Are we done with this pissing contest?
I wish. But not quite. Ah, okay. So apparently I can go up here. That's good to know. I mean, I doubt this is the right way here, but do I know? Hey, seriously, freaking hell, Abel. Are you shitting me?
Another battle.
Okay, I don't even know why I could go up there. Because it's apparently the way I had to go instead.
Right position, Gareth.
There we go.
Must serve some purpose.
Okay. I still have no idea why I could go up there. But hey, I take it. Things have a mission pass, Sean. Chepperham. That's where Guthrum, I think, stayed to kind of like fight back against Alfred, but ultimately he lost the battle. Also got another raid, but now that's actually not necessary anymore, is it? Should have enough resources to get the last upgrade, to get Raven's Sword level 6, so I might not even do that. Let's go down here to Chepperham though, because I want to see if it's a unique worth opportunity or not. Yeah, it's a gear piece.
Go, my eyes.
I reckon it probably requires a key or something. First one. Never mind, the game crashed. Classic. I love the infinite spin mechanic with a flail. Can I press 3 times attack and then you hold light attack on the 4th attack attempt? And it can spin until you're like out of stamina, which if you successfully hit the enemy will last quite a while. Because every successful hit gives you back stamina. Nice. She got a new flail.
Hey, what?
Okay. Check out some of these mysteries on the edge to Winchester.
must be careful now.
Here in the Chew Valley, old kings of Wiki still dance with the stones of the Nephilim. I have taught them of the power that sings here. How dare you tamper with these sacred threads? A voice scolded me. You must leave me, he said. Divorced from the Illuminat. His voice waxes and wanes, but a soft song still finds me in my penance. I bend a knee and leave a grain of sand for the old winds.
That's kind of funny, you know, because I guess this is Aita potentially talking to Brendan of Clonford saying, how dare you tamper with these sacred threads, you know, you must leave me. It's like he just wants to be released from being reincarnated in Brendan. Because Aita, I guess, kind of thinks he's a bit pathetic. Amazing.
There is a force here. Invisible.
The Force is with you, Eivor Skywalker. Okay, that's the word event that I won't be doing. To know. Oh, there's also Zealot. And so many mysteries.
I watched you on your approach. How must it feel not to carry the weight of years?
I am not a child.
Yet I see in you a child's blissful ignorance of the world's darkest truths. A fool.
You gathered all this from a glance?
In this way, I am wise. Perhaps you will learn better through flighting. I will challenge you.
I accept, and I will place a wager on it. Here's my bet. You may begin.
You are savage, uncouth, and care little for life. Like the rest of your kind, you breed misery and strife. Both your hands bear the blood of 1,000 dead men.
1,000's a pittance. It's closer to 10.
Not the worst. It's a shame you're so calloused by warfare and pain. That you'll joke about death and treat life with disdain. Is it worth it? The killing, the torture, the slaves.
Yes, I am ridding the world of cowards, weaklings, and knaves.
It pains my ears. Yes, your avarice means that you'll just never see that this war will not grant immortality. You have one life to live, so why throw it away?
To ensure that I'll sit in Valhalla one day.
Enough! I've heard more than my fill of your cruelty. Take your winnings. May spending them bring you fleeting joy.
I promise it will.
And the wistful. Quite a philosophical battle there in the flighting. But I would hate to hear you say all that again. That's a good comeback too. Another canstone. Let's do that for the story. And we're of course also gonna try to successfully stack it too. Let's see.
Eivor, you backrout. I know you hear me.
What?
Do you often think of your father?
Yes.
Do you believe him a coward?
He is a coward, as everyone says. And now he lives with Hel. Her servants slow and lazy. Her curtains dialogue pulled across his bed.
You should win back the honor he lost.
I will.
I know you will.
I really like how Sigurd supported Eivor at every step, you know, through the process of losing her parents. Really showcases how great of a brother he's been to Eivor. And how strong the bond is as well. Canstone has not been so strong though. Sure, that's a good position, but let's try, I guess. Okay. How do we do this one? It seems stable. Perfect idea. No, I have to place this one at the bottom for sure. It's so round. Be tricky to get like a proper position for it. mean, that's actually good character alliance ground there with the shape of the stone, so I guess that's how I keep it. Hey Vamola, welcome in. Do we really have to start another week on a Monday? I know, right? Happy Monday to you, Mola. I hope you had a good weekend. But you like how he doesn't judge Eivor either, accepts that Varen was a coward and doesn't try to change Eivor's mind. That's true as well, you know. I really like these campstones for, you know, shining like more background info on the two and their relationship, because yeah, it's really nice to have. I'm a campstone expert. Yeah, I don't know about that, Mola. Guess that remains to be seen. Time for YouTube Harbinger? Not yet. I think we can do this, but yeah, it's gonna be a bit tricky. Hey Vadon, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Mola definitely had a great weekend. Can't believe we are starting December already this week. Yeah, I know, right? This year actually has gone over us so fast. It's crazy. At least for me. Oh no. Kidding me. So much about that. I like how it's just moving by itself. It's actually insane. Freaking hell. Okay, then. So that technically works. However, I have my own challenge. Where I try to use all the canstones. I know I do that to myself, but yeah, that's what we're doing. Or at least I didn't ruin the entire thing. Hey, we ain't wasted yet. Might be soon though. Jesus. Don doing well, got off work early today. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Hope you enjoy the time off. How can you stand these? Yeah, usually I actually kind of like them, but not when they become like as tricky as these last ones, then it's a bit tricky. No. Oh no. Jesus Christ, I almost fucked it up. Anyways, I started blasting. Yeah, I don't know why I do that to myself, you know, with these challenges where I try to literally use all the stones, but here we are. That's what we do. It is 100% your fault, Sean, and I blame only you. Of my inability. Fucking hell. I press down to kind of like see how it would react, but it doesn't move. And it's still... Stress.
Requiescat in pace.
Where's the second one? There. This freaking one doesn't connect properly, you see that? There's air in between because there's a really bad edge. Fuck that one. Oh my god. We did it. That wasn't really stable at the end. You see how that shook on itself? Hey there, Lucinda, welcome in. Good morning. Yeah, this is like one of the cairn puzzles, so it's like stone stacking simulator essentially. You can kind of like do it and either relax or rage really badly, one of the two. And you can also listen to some dialogues from Eivor's past. But I guess for most people it's probably raging. Passive incoming. Not this time, Don. Not this time. Assassin's Creed cans. I think we need like a full-on game on can stones. I think that's what everybody wants.
Do it for Evelyn.
Expert, you say, Mother? Well, thank you. I take it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I hope you have a good morning so far, the sinner.
Me from such weak clay.
Citizen!
Can't bigger than Gwent. Not. I mean, nothing stops, tops Gwent.
What troubles you? Oh, stranger. Here's a tale. I love Evelyn, a hunter's daughter. But the hunter's a fearsome fellow. Set me a task, he did. There's an arrow stuck in that tree above that the hunter once fired there. Before any man can have Evelyn, they need to climb up and get it. Many suitors have tried. All failed.
Looks like child's play to me. Maybe I can help.
Oh, you do mean to help me. God bless you.
Okay, I'm not gonna help him. If he wants to get her, then he has to do it himself. I'm not gonna do it and then he's gonna take the credit for it. Not like this. Just a citizen. Citizen expert. So now going well, eating a little early today. Very, very nice. Hope you're having a delicious breakfast. I made some buttermilk pancakes earlier, which turned out really delicious. Ava Maxi, welcome in. Good afternoon. How's it going, dude? Hope you had a good start into the week. Erkfun serves as a messenger and factotum to the bow. He likes to crush tortoises with his bare hands. If no tortoises are about, run. Mexico, good thanks, dude. Back at work sadly, but all is well. How are you? Well, that's good to hear that you're doing well. But yeah, I can imagine, dude. But I hope you enjoyed the week off and all the free time as well. All the streaming too. And yeah, it's going good. We're just in the ending parts here of Valhalla. On the home stretch to finish it. I think it might actually happen on Friday, to be honest. So yeah, looking forward to that for sure. So that's a weekday, so it's frozen dinner breakfast. Having Salisbury steak and mashed potatoes today. I mean, that sounds nice too. Hope you enjoy your frozen dinner breakfast. We just call it Früssen in Germany. Combination of Frühstück, aka breakfast, and Abendessen, dinner. So give me just 1 sec, guys. Alright. I guess it's a little strange calling it dinner breakfast. I mean, I've been there. When I have like leftover pizza or something for breakfast. It's just some food you can eat any time of the day, really. And for me, pizza is definitely one of them. But hey, mashed potatoes I could also eat any time of the day. Okay, so this is actually the last zealot, I believe. Let's get it. But let's also go ahead and change our ability loadout. Let's actually go for the Raven distraction. And over here, let's get the precision. Nah, let's not get that. Jesus, that damage. That was quick. Didn't even have to use my weapon.
We sweat and toil to reach this moment.
The Ancient Ones lap at my sweat now. That war sweat the Roman gods hate so much, we long for.
Discard all that. A good feast with fresh battle milk on your brows is not something you will ever taste again.
Choke on my bones.
Oh, choke on your bones. I like how his weapon is still on fire. Dinner for breakfast brunch. But that's breakfast lunch, isn't it? So you technically have soda for breakfast. You only have proper breakfast on weekends. That's definitely fair. But Ava, I'm not a cannibal. Talking to the wrong guy. Okay, let's do these two more, or at least check off the next two mysteries, and then I'm gonna go and take a break.
Yeah! Hello? I can hear you out there. Aren't you going to save me?
No, I'm not. Oh, another tomb. I thought I did all of them. I guess I was under the impression that the zealot would have the last tablet, but I guess it was a tomb then.
Thor lends me strength.
So that should be the extra last one. Reddish, mossy scroll. Our bannermen have fallen. We need more banners. The Danes take them and use them as sails for their fast ships. Without banners, that smell of the cave's blessed red lichen, warriors are not as bad already. It is the blood of Christ that curdles below the earth, and when it is on our banners, we take the heathens to war with the power of God. The brother working under the tutelage of Saint had his cult. Right, the blood of Christ. Somehow it ended up in so many different locations all around the world. I don't know how that happened. Did someone say tomb? Maybe. Lara? But that is my tomb, so you can't be here. There's only room for one Tomb Raider here. Okay. This tomb is actually mine, Eivor, and Lara. Bully Maguire takes what he pleases. Typical Bully Maguire move. Oh, seriously? Eivor, do it to me. Fine. I can take a bit of fire damage. But, Pava, do you not see? If I want to live, I live. If I want to take, I take. If I want you to die, you die. A Bully Maguire, like a Bully Maguire edit on Shezade's face would actually work quite well. It's like a match made in heaven. What the fuck was that? Good thing I didn't ditch there.
Let's see what lies in store.
The mentor of Arthur of Cornwall. So that's of course the legendary Arthur of the Round Table. The legend's mentor awaits you, but death is silent and hides in clouds. Only fire can cleanse. Harbinger 5 unspent skill points. Triggers your OCD. Does it? I see quite a lot of people get impressed with the Bully Maguire mode. Use it a few times and every time there's a Bully Maguire mode? Oh. I hope it doesn't lead to it ultimately getting blocked or something. Because definitely had that happen before. But only with like official Twitch emotes that I kind of like customize. But yeah, I'm glad we can still use it at least.
Need to be careful here.
Yeah, I mean, the seems good citizen that I had actually got blocked. And then I also got banned from like uploading emotes for like 2 or 3 months or something. I guess somebody must have reported this or something like that. Dying. It's fine.
Easy now. Something is not right.
I wonder actually, was there like another way to get out? I don't think so. Evo's fine.
Smells like a trap.
But I'm legendary, yes. Absolutely. Alpha the legend. Also Maxi with the first claim. 3 hours into the stream. Seems legit.
Where is Charles Lee?
Okay. Just gonna port myself out of here, to be honest. And yeah, this shall be where I'm gonna go and take a break now. Let's go ahead and have a save over here. And yeah, once I return, we're gonna check out these two locations here, maybe also down there. But after that, we definitely head to Winchester and finally start the story arc there. I would still like to at least get close to the ending of it today. So yeah, very soon we're gonna head over there and make a start on it. Thanks, Maxi. And that's the verse. I hope work is going well. Thank you for the love too. And yeah, definitely take care, dude. Thanks, Rod. I appreciate it. Lucinda, enjoy a break. You will likely be lurking when you get back. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your breakfast. And the lurk too. And also hope you have a good start into your stream if you're doing one later. Also, if you guys haven't checked out Maxi, Lucinda, Rod, Mola, and Sean, then definitely recommend doing so. Maxi has been playing all kinds of games from Assassin's Creed Black Flag and Rogue to Yakuza Like a Dragon. Lucinda is currently doing a playthrough of Dying Light 2, Stay Human, and is also a big fan of other first-person games, stealth games, and horror games too. Also check out Rod, he's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed, as many of you might know. He's currently doing a playthrough of Valhalla himself, with the last game in his annual series playthrough. And he's also been recently making or starting a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 1 with the 15-year anniversary. So for lots more AC content, but also for Tomb Raider and Batman and lots of other games, check out Rod's channel too. Also check out Mola, who's been playing some Goose Goose Duck on the weekend. It's usually his go-to game for community days on the weekend. However, during the week he's currently doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, where he's trying to go for the lowest honor possible for Arthur. So yeah, really unique playthrough there, with all the bad choices in Red Dead. So definitely check out that. And also check out Sean. Sean is also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed, currently doing a playthrough of Gotham Knightsfall, the new game in the kind of like Arkham Gotham kind of universe, I guess. And yeah, he's also a massive fan of first-person shooter games as well. So yeah, definitely check out all of his streamers if you haven't yet. I guess I can take a break. Well, thank you, Mola. If it's approved by you, then it's all the better. And that's the verse, Lucinda, Maxi, and Rod. More than happy to give you guys some shoutouts. Also, hey there, Roy Saki. Welcome in. But yeah, I'll be back in like 15 or so, and then we will make our way to Winchester, finally. So yeah, catch you in just a few. Alright. Welcome back, guys. And thank you for staying tuned for more of AC Valhalla. We are back in Wessex and Hamptonshire. And yeah, we're making our way to Winchester, which is where the next story arc will be taking place. The second last in England, actually. And the last one before we do the last stream and head to Norway. So yeah, we're really on the home stretch here. Currently. Thanks, Rod. Welcome back as well. No, you welcome back, Mola. No, you. Hey there, Aura. Welcome in. Citizen. How's it going, Aura? Cheers, Ken and Joe. Welcome back to you as well. Alright, so we're making our way to Winchester. However, on the way there, we can check out on a few locations if there's like anything worth collecting.
Best not to draw attention here.
So, what is this? Or are you doing well as well as you can for Monday morning after a holiday weekend? That's understandable. I think that's how a few people in chat are feeling today. But I hope you enjoyed the holiday weekend and the time off too. And yeah, I had a really nice weekend for sure. Pretty chill one. I hope my sis get a table out of Berlin. But then we realized that it was actually too big for the car. So we had to drive all the way back and then get like a bigger one. But yeah, it only took us a few hours to get that one. But yeah, other than that, I had a pretty chill and nice weekend for sure. Okay, so it's just like an ingot. This dude here.
Together, lads, we have this.
Oh boy. Doing this.
Your end is nigh. Odin is with us!
Oh. That should do it.
What see you, old friend?
Let's get the key here. Classic furniture antics, pretty much. Such a nice time with your brother and his boyfriend. They stayed with us 2 nights and then got a hotel for the rest of the stay planned. I gotcha. Very nice. That's awesome to hear. I'm glad you guys had a good time together. Boy, we're doing this. You every rebel mission where you get spotted and the rebels with slingshots run in. Yeah, definitely happens quite a few times for sure. Alright, the husband made the most amazing Thanksgiving meal, and we get all the leftovers. Oh yeah. What did you make for Thanksgiving? Did you go for like classic turkey, or what did your husband cook? Dane eggs? We can definitely do that. I do love me the Dane eggs. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's just go for the fire damage, to be honest. Yeah, the speed of my flow is insane. Already with like how many points I've gotten in the skill tree. But then also with like extra runes and stuff. Classic turkey, potatoes, veggies, etc. He did a dry brine on the turkey for like 2 days and cooked it beautifully. That's awesome. I got it off like a properly prepared, you know, meal like that. Sounds delicious. Okay then. Set down there, and we're finally making our way to Winchester. You almost never use the explosive arrow for combat, it's just a tool. Yeah, usually I don't really use it much for that either. I try to reserve the adrenaline for other skills and that more for the occasion of actually destroying, you know, obstacles and stuff. I mean, it can be really powerful for combat for sure, or even for stealth sometimes, but yeah. Just don't really utilize it often for that. And yeah, definitely, I'm definitely trying to get Excalibur. I do think I actually have enough tablets now as well. I need like 11 total, I believe. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I should have enough. And as far as I know, we have to get to the Merlin's cave or something. If I come across it, I'm gonna go there. But we haven't found it so far, I don't think. But yeah, we're definitely getting our hands on that for sure. Yeah, I think it's like a couple 100 meters away from Stonehenge somewhere.
Yeah!
Where are you hiding now?
Okay, that's just an ingot. Why is this marked as a special location? No, it doesn't anymore. There we are. Winchester. Home to Offred of Wessex. Hey there. That's a nice greeting. Wanna die?
You breathe your last.
Wait. Or also because you finished the newest Pokemon game already? You did? How did you like it? After what a naked deer did? Yeah. Definitely a manipulative arsehole at times. Eva Wheat Inhaler. Welcome in. Or you got you hate Benrits and skirmishers the most. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, they can be a bit tricky to deal with. Since they can counter and parry quite well.
Many have tried. None has beaten me. The god kissed my feet when I was a babe and made me swifter than a swallow.
You're pretty cocksure for a child.
You would be too if you had miracle legs.
Miracle legs. They seem pretty normal to me, girl.
Looks can be deceiving. Have you heard of the great Pheidippides, the mighty hero of old? Ran all the way from Marathon to tell the king they won the battle. Then guess what happened? He only fell down dead.
Dead? From running?
It was very far. Girls can't fight. It's the rules. But like Pheidippides, I'm going to be the fastest messenger who ever lived.
So when the Norse defeat the Saxon armies, you'll quickly bear the bad news to your king.
Them sissy britches. Fat chance. So do you want a race or not? I've beaten everyone else in the whole world.
In that case, let's run.
Yeah, she's quite fast.
You're fast, I grant you, but you will not outrun me.
I guess I have like no idea where I have to run.
Great Pheidippides! Give me speed! Whoosh!
Let's see these miracle legs of yours. No other Saxon has been able to keep me on my toes like you, little one.
I never thought I would be beaten, but you run like the wind. I'm glad I had a real challenge.
And I'm glad to have given you one.
Do you like interesting places? I've run all over Wessex, found some scary, spooky magic spots.
Exploring such is what I live for.
I'll give you my diary. I call it The Many Wondrous Runnings of the Galloping Miracle Legs. Bye-bye.
I mean, it might be useful. The running diary. Marvelous missions I have gone on by Milkbook The Miracle Legs. I'm the greatest runner in the land. I've run all over the region and seen lots of things. Some of them scary, some of them happy. Some of them sad, some of them strange. The Red Cave near Farnham, distance far, running time a day. To get there I ran faster than the wind. I took bread and cheese. The cave is very, very red, like the warts are bleeding. I wasn't at all afraid, even when a dragon chased me away. I totally outrun it. A crumbly old ruin, Isle of Wight, distance far, running time 2 days. An old house, like really old with some crumbly murrettes. I think that is what they are called. I had to hide in the bushes when I got there, because the place was overrun with very bad men. But I wasn't afraid at all. I could have outrun them. And a crumbly bridge. Near Fort Carleva. Distance far, running time 1 day. I think it isn't a bridge for walking, but a bridge for water. It is really tall and I climbed right up to the top without stopping. It was really high, but I wasn't afraid. If I fell, I would have just landed on my miracle legs. Or I was technically terrible due to the graphics and bugs and performance, but you had fun, and the final chapter of the story was so good. The new Pokemon are super fun too. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it seemed that the graphics, and there were also some technically issues with the game. But hey, as long as you had like a good time with it, that's the most important thing. Yeah, I think this might honestly been the first time that I actually won against her. course, you just never know where to run either, right? It's not like it's entirely clear if you have to go left or right. Nested deep inside Wessex, Winchester is the heart of the Christian faith in Anglo-Saxon England. Under King Alfred, it has become a city of enlightenment, piety, and progressive reform. The king has spared no expense in the construction of churches and the translation and illumination of religious texts.
Hey, you want some meat? Don't mind if I... Get along. We're close, I think. Sorry, the ale is all gone. What? Nice try. Where's my drink? I want a drink! What are you doing?
The seat of King Alfred's power, where hawk shit stains my boots. I will find the man in white in their god's house.
La Palme!
This must be the house of their timid god. They build him a rich dwelling.
Okay, let's get the viewpoint first, yeah?
The best of us to sit beside him.
Bishop Aelfirth. He is not with God. He is locked in the flaming crypt where all heretics go.
Hush, they'll hear you.
mourning a lord far known and beloved. I give praise to such a man to keepsake his memory. Requiem aeternam dona ei Domine, et lux perpetua luceat, ei requiescat in pace.
Requiescat in pace.
Amen.
Ibi in campo intercept septimo diluculo electae, in herbis ver tempus se ponant, et bibi aquos ab aeterna sunt, tales enem voluntantum Dei.
That was kind of cool. I also liked how it was an actual event, you know, where the citizens kind of like left once the funeral was over.
A Dane treads the cobbles of God's house, in search of Christ's redemption, I hope.
Your Christ can wait his turn. It is you I've come to see.
Is that so?
When pride cometh, then cometh shame. But with the lowly cometh wisdom. You know these words, and you know why I speak them.
I do, but I am not yet satisfied that you are the one for the task ahead. As Jesus said unto Thomas, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Speak the deeds of Christ in order. Only then will you cometh unto my Lord.
Why deny the pleadings of an unwashed pagan who aches to know God? Take me as I am, and I will do your Lord's bidding.
How great is the burden of learning for one so unworthy. But I see that no amount of instruction in the Lord's words will save your soul. Come.
Stone will catch him for the funeral song. Very fitting indeed.
Who am I to meet, priest? I cannot stand waiting in silence.
Shh. Even a fool, when he keeps silent, is considered wise.
Yet men become wise by speaking with other men. They grow foolish when keeping to silence.
Hush! Your prattling offends God's ears.
We're here.
May Christ, whose terror scares away the foul throngs, make with me a strong covenant. Was God's lesson instructive?
I learned that your God fears death, just as mine do, just as every man does.
Yet through our Lord, we may achieve life everlasting in his glorious presence. Perhaps you missed that detail.
Do all the priests in Winchester have this same skill for drama? You risk your life, Alfred King.
I have invited you here to speak on equal terms. Do the Dane laws of hospitality not apply in Wessex?
You gifted my Jarl to that whelp from the Order of Ancients, the warrior Fulke.
Fulke was an enemy of Wessex. But it seems someone has already removed her threat from my lands.
If you did not hear it was me, you have now.
Impressive. The Order of Ancients has surely been crippled by her loss.
How much do you know of this order?
Only this and little more. This letter, signed by one who calls himself a poor fellow soldier of Christ, warns of a plot against my life.
The gallows, the quill, the Sikhs. 3 men eager to kill you.
2 now. The Bishop Aelfirth is dead. He was the Sikhs, so far as I can tell.
And a humble servant of your god. That must sting.
Still, his death has strengthened Christian fellowship in Winchester. I pray the deaths of his colleagues will do the same.
Or this makes you think of a man in Yorkshire who baptized Hemming a year before the pyre. So annoying that people believe in stupid Valhalla. Always have the townspeople kick his ass a little. Fair enough. I don't know, I kind of like allowed it because I was like, yeah, it's alright, like, people can believe what they want to. And the intention wasn't really to, you know, kind of like, to stain the body or something, you know. Was kind of like to bless it, I guess. So I was actually defending that guy who did it. Alfred looks about 18. Yeah, I actually wonder how old he was at this point. I think it can't have been that old. Maybe in his 20s?
You have faced warriors like me many times before, and many times you have lost or been cheated. Why trust me now?
I have men in London and Jorvik. Men who send me reports on the rise and fall of the tides of war. Not long ago, men and women of some influence were murdered in those places. In oddly specific circumstances. When I received this letter from our poor fellow soldier, it did not take long to work out why. I don't know your motive, nor what you hope to gain. All I ask is that you finish the work you have begun, before these fallen souls infest England further.
I should let the Order kill you. It would speed our conquest of England.
You may remove the organs of state. The cancer will remain.
Then promise me a reward I can sing about. A healthy king's weight in silver.
Very well. As much as you can carry. This morning, my reeve, Goodwin, was not at his post.
A man you trust.
Goodwin was following the clues given in this letter when he disappeared.
Where was he last seen?
At his house, by the West Gate. You may find something there. Eivor, compose yourself while you are my guest. My city is not a battlefield.
Not yet, great king, but the day will come.
Tight, yeah!
Crook one pause and 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 crook one pause and.
I like how it sounded like a bit like a beatbox whenever he tried to pronounce NPC.
I need to find this reeve, Goodwin.
Hey Verme the Bearsuit, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 20 months of tier 2 resubbing. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a good weekend. But well, if you look in the mirror, all you will feel is shame. Absolutely. After everything is done. King Alfred was born in 848 AD. This game is set in 872 to 78. So that makes him about 24 to 30 years old. I gotcha. So like late 20s probably at this point here. Thanks for looking that up, Joe. Bear, you waited till after the cutscene for the respect, but then picked the worst emote to do that with. But cheers. I appreciate you waiting until the cutscene ended. But yeah, that was quite funny, the pronunciation. Hey Veroni, welcome in. Howdy partner. What's the plan today? done a lot of history on English kings, to be honest. That's fair. It's also a nice thing with easy games, I think, is that you can make some research yourself, I guess, and have a look what kind of like aligns as well, what's like historically accurate in these games. Oh boy, we have another crash. That's crash number 2 today. Let's get back into it, shall we? You didn't know he would read the emote name? Yeah. Yeah, he does. He basically reads out everything you put into chat. I think of using Cheat Engine based off a Reddit suggestion to do a custom New Game Plus with this game sometime. It's a good idea. Yeah, like Cheat Engine, I think is definitely valid, especially for single player games, you know. And especially if a game doesn't really award you the opportunity to do an actual New Game Plus run. It'll be a good way to kind of like speed things up without having to actually do all that content yourself. Like yet again. The plan is to go back to work after 5 days off. It is going to be a long day. I can imagine, Ronnie. But yeah, I hope you have a good start back into it. And I hope you enjoyed the days off too. You don't know your king was Rotary Abmerfin? Yeah, that's one of the characters we even meet in Valhalla, right? He's getting blood egoed by Eva. You have December 6 marked on the calendar for the last update. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I think I should be able to finish this game before December 6, hopefully. So I can also play that in time. He was king from 844 to 874 AD. Damn. So 30 years. It's quite a while. It's got the game is so stable, Mola. Yeah. You should see how often the game crashes for Levi though. I don't know what it is, like she actually plays it on my PC. You know, on the same account and stuff, but her game crashes like so much more often than mine. For some reason. I'm happy it's been only 2 times in like 4 hours.
I need to find this Reeve, Goodwin.
Oh yeah, Ronnie. That sounds good. He died with all 6 of his sons fighting Sukkot 2. I mean, that sounds like Roy Matters, essentially. He was a good king of Wales. Or you don't get crashes with the PS5 now, but you get the strangest bugs and glitches. Ava teleported last night. It got clipped and will post to Discord later. Sounds good. Yeah, that happened to me as well. Like teleporting and just flying into the air and all that stuff. I still remember when the Wrath of the Druids DLC launched and People were just constantly teleporting a few meters every now and then. Kilendrew, he died at the Battle of Sunday on Anglesey around 74. I gotcha. I wonder if historically they also said that Eva was most likely responsible for his death, or if it's kind of like unclear who did it.
Te conspecto hominum
Savior Lefridge's bimbo.
But could have been worse, could have died on the Battle of Monday. Imagine that. Or I guess at least he would still have had a Sunday, you know. At least he still have a weekend. Was a Saxon invasion as he was friends with the Danes on the island. I gotcha. It's damn Saxons. I don't know, you're pretty sure he died on a mountain after Eva ripped his lungs out. Pretty much, yeah. It's still so brutal, you know, that scene where you see the blood eagle happening. Makes me actually feel bad for Rodri.
That Selwyn's got some stones on him arresting Alfred's man. Who rules in Winchester anyway? Is Alfred king or not?
Well, you ain't, that's for sure. So keep your mouth shut and do as you're told.
Shut your mouth, yeah? Unless you want yours to rot off in the keep.
Goodwin gone, and guards sniffing around. So where would they have taken him?
Give me Alfred's trinket or I'll piddle in your paw.
Broken bowls, food scattered. They took him by force. There must be a garrison in the city.
Hey, the Bishop Dragon. Welcome in.
Is this what you want?
Someone disagrees with Alfred educating the people of Winchester.
He quotes Manifesto. The Disputation of Tutelage. People of Winchester, Alfred would force his reformation upon us. Take your children from the bosom of our family, so idle away hours in the company of so-called men of God. For what? So they may read the scriptures? Write their names in pictured? Education for all? A hollow cry when you starve on the streets or die at the hands of Dane raiders. True enlightenment will not come from the sallow king. It will come from the order. Quo.
This is your last warning. Give me Alfred.
I have to open that chest, don't I? Think. Maybe not. What did I miss? Ah, this is just a world event, right? So. Ah, there it is. For some reason that wasn't marked. Killinger, you were a little upset they got that part wrong. We made him look a poor king in Valhalla. They say it was Sheerwolf of Mercia, so one of his sons went to Mercia for revenge. His son, Anarod's uproad tree was named King of the Britons. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, definitely wasn't, you know, like the weakest of kings in Valhalla, but, and he also had quite a powerful army, but I guess he wasn't quite on par with Eva, at least in this game.
Papers thrown in the fire. Goodwin covering his tracks, other guards destroying evidence. A violent struggle with the guards. They must have taken him to Winchester's garrison.
A half-burnt letter. You have been a thorn in my side long enough, Goodwin. Cease your snooping, or I will use my considerable influence to lock you in the garrison. Not even your feeble king will save you then. The gallows.
Jewel, I will. I shall
There's actually an underground entrance here. I wonder if that leads to the last burrow. Just in case, let's have a look here. Indeed. Nice. Guess I have to swim here. Maybe not. Here we are. Last Assassin Burrow. That means you should also unlock the last codex page, which will trigger something with Redder, which is going to be quite neat. Killinger Vove say Hero Da Hao the good was a great king. Only reigned for 8 years, but Wales had not wars or started any in his reign. Well, that's always good. No. Be on the side of the force that's not trying to invade everybody. Less conflicts to think about. The Marcus Codex, page 6. Mistaking my inquiring expression for censor, Marcus waved his hands before him. I know, he said. Glory and recognition are frowned upon. Our anonymity is our weapon. But allow me this one moment of glee. For to meet one of our founders, the woman who ended the Ptolemies, no less. It is not a chance we shall have again. The founder, I repeated? Of the hidden ones? Huh? Yes, oh yes, Marcus said. Her true name is lost to the living, as are the names of all of our first hidden ones. A testament to their devotion, I suppose. But a woman this colored and stained by history cannot live invisible in her own time. She has seen the blood of Caesar, the tears of Cleopatra, and the wrath of Imperator Augustus no less. Marcus leaned in close, so that only I amid the drifting bees and butterflies would hear. She would kill me for speaking her name, but I say it. Ammonet they called her, a long time ago, and today for a moment she lived not in memory, but in flesh. As for the rest, they are gone, and happier for it, I think. I love that this is kind of the reason why Ammonet actually, you know, had to be remembered, I guess, by the Brotherhood, because somebody, you know, slipped and told others about it. There's also a reason why Bayek became nameless and wasn't remembered, because, you know, he kind of like tried for that to happen and succeeded in it. But yeah, Aya was, I guess, so kind of like famous that some people still remembered her name. And that's why we still have a statue of her in AC2 and not of Bayek. Or that letter always makes you tear up. Yeah, the one that Bayek writes, it's so good. Especially that they got, you know, the voice actor again for Bayek as well to do it. Canondro, one of his sons was war-hungry, called for the Welsh to join a confederation of all the non-English people in Britain, of Britain and Ireland, to get to fight the Saxons. Yeah. Different times it was. Okay, so here's another letter. Kind of like leave the burrows. I've already read these, so we don't have to read them again. Hidden One's contract. Genus Pacti. Contact and deliver. Belgae and Roman tensions run high. Mutilations and murders of Christian populace at the hands of local Belgae warriors continue to mount. An acolyte is needed to deliver a personal message to Imperator Constantinus, pleading for the protection of Christian worshippers in the region. The Imperator's schedule and route through Britannia is not yet known. Acolyte must trace and follow Imperator's entourage, deliver message at the most opportune moment. Contrahit, Acolytus Beafa. Status, success, message delivered. There we go. That's all of the Hidden Ones burrows done. Or did you finish the Tombs of the Fallen, by the way? I have, yeah. I finished them earlier. I had still one more to go, the kind of like lava tomb, I guess. And then I also done the final one. Took me quite a while, to be fair. Like, they were so damn long sometimes. But yeah, I've done all of them now. Hey there, Anglo. Welcome in. How's it going? Jesus, there's lots of stuff here in the city.
They've an attack on sight here. The other side must be barred.
Crawled into the brush, have you? You in the bush, rat?
What have we here?
You thought the Roman Empire was long gone by now, like a century, sometime like 487. Or the Eastern Empire was like in 1450s time. So you're talking about the Holy Roman Empire then, I reckon. But yeah, the Roman Empire was definitely long gone by this point. But I guess it was still kind of like really marked by that era. With like everything that also survived, I guess. From that time up until now. Yeah, it really is, Sora. Like, the length of it was insane, and the amount of puzzles. But yeah, I think it was also a nice, you know, kind of like tribute to a writer as well. Considering how much, you know, he had been written already for the series. I think what he wrote that I liked the most were probably the murder mysteries in Unity and Syndicate.
Thick walls and thicker guards. A place to keep a valuable man.
Remember thinking, why does this ISO computer have glasses when you saw the tribute? Yeah, definitely makes sense. I think it's nice they, you know, made tribute in such a way. Because he was definitely one of the essential writers. Hey there, viewer, welcome in. Good morning.
A Dane in Winchester? These are strange times.
King Alfred sent me, pleading from his bended knee to find someone.
I know Alfred well enough to spot a bloody lie when I hear it. If he did send you, he was standing tall and proud.
That he was, and you are the man I've come to find, Goodman. Do you know why?
If I had one guess, to find these heretics from the Order of Ancients and bury them so deep, even God would need a shovel.
So where do we start digging?
My research should help us. If they haven't burned it already, it'll be somewhere nearby.
I will find your research. Now go before they find their wolf has fled his cage.
Let's regroup beyond the walls!
Okay, somewhere here is the ability as well. Let's get it real quick.
Goodwin's research against the Order of Ancients.
I have arranged to meet Harold at the tavern under the cover of darkness. He was terrified when I approached him in the open, eyes starting left and right. It is as if he thought the very walls were watching us. Harold didn't come. I waited for more than an hour, and when I went to his home near the minster, the place was torn apart, his belongings gone. 4 others came forward with information on the gallows identity, and all 4 have met a horrible end. 2 were hanged in the square petty charges, and 1 was found dead immediately after a drunken brawl. Another has fled. 2 who were hanged, the gallows must be another reef, I'm sure of it. Only we have the power to judge the people of Winchester. He, the gallows, is a public figure. He outwardly opposes Alfred's reforms. I do not dare write my suspicion here. The research continues for many more pages.
I see you, little mice.
The quill has eyes everywhere.
Hmm? Child spy or something?
Winchester mourns a good bishop and a strong, virile man. May he find his peace with God.
I am grateful for your help.
It is a brazen move to arrest Alfred's favorite reeve.
This so-called order are nothing but deviled shit peddlers.
Shit peddlers who have wormed their way into every crevasse of your country. They are dangerous.
I didn't catch your name, did I?
Eivor of the Raven clan. Scourge of Mercia, if that name does not rattle some recognition.
Well, Eivor, when our 3 heretics smolder on a heap of ash, we'll down a cup of ale together and share our distaste of Mercians like old friends.
Alfred believes at least one is dead. Your bishop, Aelfirth, was the 6th.
Bugger. Half of Winchester is in mourning for that nun-groper.
Nun-groper?
I found this nailed on a door. The quill wields words like a knife.
A disputation of tutelage. pretty chatter with poisoned intent. I will look into this more.
The gallows. What do you know of him?
Must be another Reeve, I'm sure of it. Only we have the power to mete out justice, and this one would walk with cocksure righteousness.
The gallows had you arrested, so he must command the law.
Reeve Selwyn? Of course. That hedge pig has brought down laws like a hammer on Winchester, executing sinners on spurious charges in the square.
Could it be another?
He's the man. He's the only one who fits. End his terror, Eivor.
The Lord works in mysterious ways, taking his servant in so terrible a fire.
Bishop Eivor was no man of God.
Selwyn. He's a Palatinus and also Warden of Faith. Selwyn came from a rich family where he was used to lording it over servants and serfs alike. He didn't take kindly to his father's drinking, gambling, womanizing, and dissipating the family fortune. He views his lineage with shame and distaste. He had to drag himself up from the filth and shed the moral decrepitude that results in giving the weak freedom. The order gave him control, determined to save people from themselves. He set about to enforce the law, enact judgment, and rid the world of human effluence. But in the horror comedy Brain Dead, in some countries called Dead Alive, two zombies have a baby zombie and it gets named Selwyn. Maybe his look was inspired by that baby zombie. Who knows? But yeah, that's hilarious. They've actually started like a zombie family. Selwyn needs a haircut. No kidding. Goodwin, Reeve of Winchester. And a staunch ally to King Effred, working often his representative or proxy. He was instrumental in helping the king promote and implement his reforms to education and religion in Wessex's most holy city, but history loses track of him soon afterwards. Okay, we got 10 skill points. I'm just gonna get any skill we haven't taken yet. Or at least these small Carvac notes. Let's also get the X-Blizzard ability here. Let's take it on Y.
Men for better thoughts.
Give me Alfred's trinket or I'll piddle in your pond!
But there's a hilarious scene where the main character was trying to keep the fact he's a zombie at his house secret, takes the baby zombie to the park. That sounds really funny actually. I like the kind of silly humor. I'm sure nobody would know this.
Where
Good people of Winchester, open your eyes. See how Alfred's lofty ideals are weighed down in this mire of human effluence. These prisoners before you do not live by Alfred's laws. They live above them. They wallow in shit, only guided by their own perversity. Hubert here, his wits addled by ale, spoke false of Bishop Aelfirth, our pious servant of Winchester, who even now lies cold in his grave shroud.
Aelfirth was no man of God. He'll burn for his sins.
Your wife is a baying shrew, Hubert. Is there a man here who has not supped rancid mead from her cup?
When will your work be done, Selwyn? When all of Winchester falls to your justice?
Between his Swickland moose.
Winchester has passed judgment, Hubert. May God have mercy on your cankerous soul.
Rest in peace.
In the grain store, and Alfred has set the trap. You cannot steal and be welcome at our hearth. You cannot slander and keep your tongue. You cannot walk freely through our streets, mocking our Lord, our King's edicts. And so I ask, who has the right to determine the fate of the perverse, if not the goodly people of Winchester? I am but your humble servant. Leona, you have been found guilty of harlotry and defamation. May God have mercy on your pockmarked soul. Perverter of justice. Who dares execute the King's noose?
It is not in Alfred's name that you carry out your work. You are the Order's executioner.
You peer through the veil, but you do not see clearly. Alfred's laws are a slave's fever dream. He offers shit-soaked beggars a seat at his table, where the meek devour the strong. Who best to judge the fate of the wretched many, if not the strong and worthy few?
To protect your people, you must sheathe your hand in an iron glove. You grind your heels into the backs of freedmen, not those who deserve it.
The Order condemns all men to pain. For all men are but a shadow of the perfection we should know. The perfection of the Ancient Ones.
You are only a man, Reed. One dead branch on a fast-dying tree.
You finished! Strike with me!
I should meet with Goodwin, see what he has found on the quill.
Will doom us all.
There we go. At least one more person in Winchester. At least if he seeks isn't dead yet. Or is dead. But it's a very funny movie, very gory though. It was by the director of The Lord of the Rings. Oh really? So Peter Jackson movie? Definitely gotta check that out at some point. It sounds really funny and I love his directing style. At least in the Lord of the Rings movies they did. Want that branch on a fast-dying tree. Great line. Yeah, that whole scene just now was really good. Definitely one of my more favorite ones out of all the ones that you have in the order. RIP, you guess. Indeed. If you do, don't eat while eating, while watching. Fair enough. I'm gonna remember that. Usually I'm really good at like separating seeing something disgusting and not being like too affected by it with you know, food or something. But I mean, that's not the case always, of course, if it's like really bad. So I might just skip on it then. Eating. It is. For the gallows. Recall, we are both believed to be servants of the Lord. Use this to your advantage. Swift and brutal decisions justified by heaven's decrees. The rake. Right. Time to head back to Goodwin. Yeah, let's go there.
Show me what lies ahead.
Heaven will swallow the smoke of Aelfred's pyre.
Very poetic.
If Huggins, welcome in.
A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. Does Magister Batter not teach you the scriptures?
Magister Batter is a horse's dangles.
And here is the axe I used to swat a fly.
You have ventured from your burrow.
And you have plunged my city into chaos. I had hoped you would use the lessons of your subtler gods.
We have no subtle gods.
If the gallows is truly dead, perhaps we can allow cautious revelry?
Sweep your own hearth, Alfred, if you do not like my broom.
Forgive my outburst. God sowed in me a passion, but English prose is an instrument long out of tune.
We all want better for our people, don't we, Eivor? Yours and ours.
The quill remains. What do we know?
The decay of learning has been gentle in Wessex. We enjoy the office of wise men, but we have neglected the study of wisdom.
The quill preys on this lapse.
Did you discover more from the writings I found?
I did. The quill is calling the children of Winchester to arms. Now we know why so many children scurry through the streets. Feral and untutored.
I can talk to some, see where they lead me.
Good. Find me at the alehouse when you're done. And try not to scare the piss from any of them.
We Norse are the monsters of your Saxon mother's bedtime tales. I promise nothing.
The Saxon mother's bedtime
I
tales.
see you, child. Come.
The bad Reeve, Selwyn. I saw you punish him in the square.
He hurt many people.
Yes. He hurt my mother to death. Then took her good luck charm. Perhaps you found it? A little carved tree. It is all I have to remember her by.
Such a sad story. Take this. Perhaps it will keep you off the streets and out of trouble.
For me?
I make my own luck.
Spry, little mouse. Will you lead me to your quill?
Obviously she was just trying to get some money, but I don't care. This will give us the opportunity to follow her. Or you make my own luck. Liam?
Do you believe in souls? The part of us that lives on with God after we die? Bishop Aelfrith's passing has made me wonder.
You oaf!
Stop struggling and give back that apple.
Apple? I didn't scrum on nothing! Get your fat hands off me, cow breath!
Cow breath? You little street rat.
No! Get off! Someone help me! I can yank King Alfred. He'll crack his head like a...
I'm sure that didn't traumatize the child.
Stealing apples, eh?
Fruit don't feed a grown boy. Do you have any chicken?
I do not, but maybe you can tell me what you know of the quill.
The quill? God blimey, you're brave. Find Alwyn and Wigbert. They see everything. It's yours for the taking.
What is that boy doing all the way up there?
Jump, little flea. Jump, flea, jump. Stop it, you grubkin. If he falls, God will punish you.
Ah, that's just a word event, isn't it? Yeah, I'm quite sure. But it's like if Shay was about to be hanged and they asked any last words, and he would be like, "Oh, you make my own luck." Yeah, up until the bitter end, you know, he would still believe those words, even though they're so full of BS.
Godspeed! You'll set Winchester ablaze!
Roly-poly mutton man, you can't catch me!
God help me. I'd rather be shoveling dung in Malvern again.
Oh, jump, little flea. Jump, flea, jump. Stop it, you grubkin. If he falls, God will punish you. Why is it so high? If I die... Oh.
Aid me. Be my eyes.
The three multiplied 3 odd members in the 3 cities were the only ones with some serious background. The rest were kind of filler. Yeah, kind of like that you had the cities, kind of like also as a reference to AC1 to have like proper assassination targets and stuff. However, I would definitely say there's quite a few more order members that are like major, I guess, or have like some big impact. Of course, Foke being one of the ones that, you know, were really important, of course, also with Eivor. However, I would definitely say that most of them felt definitely filler. You know, like kind of like Odyssey, that you just had like targets that felt a bit random. But of course, Gorm, Kyrvison, and Kjötve, they were quite important too. Bishop Herfrith was kind of important, I guess, for one of the story arcs. But yeah, other than that, definitely would agree that it's more like filler. Whichever ones with high ranks had some story, but with that it's felt out of place. Yeah, with that it's kind of wanted to create a kind of like mercenary, lucky situation, right? Kind of like an Origins and Odyssey. Yeah, it's really funny if you put them to sleep. They're like actually snoring. Immediately.
You again? You should mind your own beeswax.
Elwyn, is it? You wield fire like the flaming Jotna.
It was burning when I found it. Hot days like this, things just go whoosh. Well? Oi! Wigbert! You great moon calf.
Hand it over, Alwyn. We saw your little shadow take it. What you looking at?
Something hog ugly?
Turn around, walk away, and you keep your insides inside.
All right, no harm meant. Stay out of trouble, you grub mite.
Something with a face of a rat. Ain't that the truth? Naked eared it.
Trouble seems to follow you.
And I wriggle out of it like a slippery eel. Why are you following me?
What is so important that you would risk his little neck for it?
Keep your sticky beak out of our business.
Whose business? The Quills?
Us? Working for the Quill? Shows what you know.
Is that so?
Those were the Quill's meat mops, and you sent them scurrying off with their tails between their legs.
It sounds like you owe me your life.
This one's brave and strong. Might be able to help us.
So you're not working for the Quill?
We steal to stay alive and out of the Quill's clutches.
But you know where I can find him.
They come up from the sewers like rats. Go on, give him what you took. Maybe he can save us. Good luck, Dane. Try not to get maimed and all that.
Yeah, I try. Just for you. Hilda, the Quill. The church is no place for a woman of intelligence. This was a lesson Hilda learned early on in life. Often at 6 years old, she found shelter in a monastery. But while the young male initiate spent days at study and prayer, she was banished to the kitchen. She began listening in doorways, hiding in shadows, and blackmailing monks with the secrets she learned, asking only that they teach her things of importance: reading, writing, Latin. In the church, her voracious intelligence was her undoing. In the order, it was a revelation. Bishop Elfeth saw value not only in her sharp wit, but her ruthlessness. She quickly built a network of children like herself, quick and sharp. Small hands quick to steal, small ears quick to listen. No secret in Winchester is safe from the Quill's army of little spies.
asked about this land, my friend. I should watch out for a mousetrap.
I didn't get nothing today. I like the pretty things, but Magister Battus's stealing is wrong. I'm going to marry King Alfred, and he's going to whisk me away from all this toil. Everyone died, and left me alone on the streets.
Jesus. Freaking Quo, just preying on the desperation of children.
There's never enough food. I'm always starving.
Now, Elwyn. Few have the wit that you and I possess. Most see the world in simpler terms, where we are the weaker sex.
A broodmare who preys on innocence, and you brag about strength.
How little you know. Defend your mistress!
Shit! I'll stamp you out.
May your roof be
Have a dialogue made only for female Evo? Yeah, there was quite a few for sure. But it's clear they had female as a canon choice in mind.
Aelfirth's roof. Does she flee to the bishop's house?
your wits. The Dane wants... Come then, you rabid hound! Keep your wits. The Dane wants my blood. Show yourself, murderer!
Oh, I will show myself.
Do not leave my side!
Just you wait.
Come, child. Whisper what you've learned, and Mother will give you a treat.
Coward. Using children to spy and steal for your order.
To educate them. Give me a child until he is 7, and I will give you the man. Or woman. What use are letters when a child can only write his name in pig shit? Or wisdom in a woman when she cannot wield it beyond her heart? I taught little Alwyn so much more. Saved her from a life less worthy. She will find enlightenment in the Order, just as I did. If I could save them all, I would.
But you cannot. You have corrupted too many to save too few.
My order is the only way forward. It can quench our thirst for knowledge. If only Alfred's slave faith is defeated. And what would you sacrifice for infinite knowledge?
An immeasurable gift. Why refuse it?
Not their innocence.
A pity. Non requiescat in pace.
Goodwin said to meet him at an alehouse nearby.
Focus, we have this. Your last breath.
Wait, don't run away. Get back. I really love that dialogue just now. You know, how that also showcases further the difference between Eivor and Odin. You know, Odin would always accept the gift of infinite knowledge for any price, really. But, you know, Eivor couldn't take the price of a child's innocence at any cost in return. So being like the polar opposite in that regard. And also further showcases how Eivor is definitely believing in, you know, not hurting the innocent. Which kind of like aligns also with the, you know, assassin philosophy, of course.
Oh, God! God loves me!
Was actually a unique treasure here that I want to pick up real quick.
trouble.
It's yours for the taking! He's going to fall!
I can out-drink it all, rocks. Step off!
Eivor!
Is this where Justice hides when she's tired?
Hides? Splood, no. This is a wake, my friend. A celebration to ease the quill on her way to eternal damnation.
You heard.
Hilda's were not the only eyes in Winchester. My spies tell me stories of an avenging angel striking down the unworthy.
I've been called worse.
Be thou hail, Ealdorbanna. That's Life Destroyer in our dialect.
I sat easy with my kinsbane, old honey waves alive in my horn, and my eyes on the door, expecting my death, yet unafraid.
You're quite safe with me, Dane. For now. If the mead is fresh and the air is cool, you may often find a friend even amongst your enemies.
What does a reeve do exactly, besides sniff around the king's coattails for the scent of praise?
I enforce and interpret the laws here. Not man's, but God's law. The natural laws that move the world and hold it together.
Well, if that keeps you busy.
I must thank you before the ale dulls me. By cutting the order down to size, you have given England a hope of unity. It must be a sour apple to swallow, knowing that you are the last of Winchester's enemies.
Yeah, what about the Sikhs? Is he like truly dead?
Are you sure the Sikhs is dead?
The bishop is dead, that's certain. And if the bishop was the Sikhs is dead. A transitive property of mortality, you see.
I do not believe it. Too much theatre in Winchester. Overwrought prayers and wailing women.
Well, you could pay your respects and see for yourself. The funeral is today.
If he rots, I will leave with my silver. But if he lives, there's work to be done.
Watch your step, Eivor. He'll be a hefty corpse in death. Alive, he'd be much bigger. Whether you find or make a corpse, meet me at the Witten with your report.
Looking for a worthy challenge.
Kinda cool that that's like another reference to AC1, of course. It of course was, you know, a reference to the target that was running away from you. That was also an archer. And now we have kind of like the disguised funeral rite, kind of like making you believe that somebody died, but or that there's somebody at the funeral that isn't the person you're looking for. It's kind of cool how all the 9 assassinations are like direct connections to AC1 and the targets there. Respect my bishop. I love that word event in Valhalla. Where we also make like a direct reference to that song. Also, there's a target I can still find the oil in Hamptonshire, so I should probably also check out that soon. I wonder if we will see any references to AC1 in Mirage of that kind. I would hope and think so, to be honest. But yeah, that remains to be seen, I guess. I'm really unsure what to expect of Mirage. Also with a team behind it, you know, like Ubisoft Bordeaux. It's gonna be like a big project for them. And I hope they're, you know, grown to it, to the task at hand.
If the bishop is worm meal, then here should be the proof.
Lord grant my brother Aelfir eternal bliss, where joy endures for all those beloved of God.
Such a grisly fate. Did you know Aelfir?
By reputation, I did. He was no friend of Alfred's. I once heard them quarreling at a Witten.
A sad day for Winchester.
Maybe now God will reward us with a man who truly believes in him.
Did you know Bishop Aelfir?
No, but I plan to write an epic poem of his grisly demise. Oh, poor Aelfir, scorched of face. All your woeful companions, bold, Bionid, weeping. Weeping as you are...
Sleeping.
Oh, yeah, perfect, yes.
Maybe Ava should write the epic poem.
A stranger comes to Wember.
You do not mourn like they do.
Wember is always here, helping the sleeping, singing to them, so they are not frightened before they meet God.
The sleeping? You mean the dead?
Wember helps the monks. Dig, dig, dig.
You dig the graves. Did you bury Aelfir?
Have you seen Leof? My poor friend. Poor Leof.
So maybe they killed Leof and then buried him instead. So people believe it's him who died. But if it actually does turn out the way that doesn't are talking about it in interviews, you hope it succeeds, because knowing Ubisoft, if it doesn't, they will overreact like they did with Unity and be like, well, we shouldn't be do any more games that go back to the roots of the series then. That's true, yeah. In that regard, I also hope that it succeeds, because, you know, it might be kind of like one of the last chances for the old formula to kind of like, you know, find appeal. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think the sales are probably gonna be quite good, because people are really getting drawn into it because of the aspect of it coming back to the roots, you know. Like also the trailer for Mirage has gotten like so many more views than I think Valhalla did. Or Odyssey, I guess. At least in the first kind of like days and weeks. So I guess the general interest is quite high, but yeah, the question is, I guess, how the ratings are gonna be, because I remember people were also hyped for Unity, of course, and then, yeah, look how that turned out.
Leof, what happened to him?
Sleeping? Sleeping like my dog when I hugged him too hard.
Someone heard Leof.
Yes, yes. And while he slept, they stole his face.
Yeah. Definitely is.
Did you know Bishop Aelfirth?
Barely. But can you still smell the burned flesh? It's rife across the whole graveyard.
Are you the Bishop's family?
God, no. Just here to make sure that impious bastard is actually dead. He bedded my wife, the randy bastard.
The randy bastard.
Do you not see? I am in prayer.
May we speak of your brother's death?
Have you no shame? Leave me.
I know the burden you bear. Such a weight of sin you have taken on, and all for your brother's sake. I know he lives.
No, He said it was for the good of all. I am his loyal sister, and I tell you, he is dead. You hear me? Dead. Leave me alone. I cannot betray my brother. Guards, protect me.
Only his head.
Watch for my lead.
That worked. I think he's dead.
Why will you not leave me alone?
Enough of this cat and mouse. Where's your brother, the one they call the Sikhs?
He is a ghost now, but he will make himself flesh once more at the Witten. And Alfred will be king no more.
He means to kill Alfred.
Regicide? No. The king will step aside and Aelfirth will lead us all, risen and resplendent as the Lord.
You are a damned fool.
Yeah, she is. But that's true, it can easily all go downhill once the game releases if it's not living up to the hype. As it stands, Yves Basim is a great character to build upon with Mirage. The character deserves a great story. Absolutely. And from what I know and from what I read, Darby also helped at least in the concept of Mirage and what they should go for. That doesn't mean that the writing is gonna be great, but at least what will happen might actually be something adding, you know, something worthwhile to the series and to the character. So, who knows? I hope for the worst. I hope for the best and prepare for the worst, I guess. Yeah, definitely. I think that would really help, you know, him being at least somewhat involved. Ilford was born into a poor but devout family of Christian settlers in the northern wilds. Devoted to his mother, he followed her everywhere. She in turn would hold him close and whisper wondrous stories of God's everlasting love and kindness. This made her murder at the hands of the pagan Norse raiders all the more difficult for Aelfirth to bear. From that day the Sikhs was at war with God. But only with the order did he find sweet revenge. He posed as God's mouthpiece in Winchester, controlling lords and peasants from the pulpit.
What do you see? The Sikhs must be hiding in the crowd, biding his time to strike at Alfred.
English prose has been... Not priest, clerk, or abbot can turn the letter of their sermons from Latin to English. And how can we understand God's words if they are not spoken in our tongue? Aelfirth is dead, and we mourn him. But the foul deeds of the unrighteous are sown among our holy deeds, like cockles and tare in a field of wheat. Education, wisdom, enlightened thought. This will raise us above the sins of our fathers. These I will demand of the next Bishop of Winchester. And so we meet to discuss all worthy candidates and choose the man who will shepherd our flock.
The king is...
How sweet is the shepherd's pipe when he calls his lambs to slaughter. I was born to Christians in the northern wilds. My mother would cradle me beneath the stars and whisper, dove-like, God watches over you. Then your people came. And God fixed his stout eye as they slit her throat for a copper ring. No stars threw down their spears as barbarians smeared her blood through fields of broken wheat. God watched all, and I hated him.
It may be Alfred's god was testing you. A trial you failed.
Alfred's god is weak. Yet he would chain us all in his service, from our first breath to our death rattle. My order wishes to break these mind-forged manacles. I am the wolf in lamb's wool.
He takes on the role of a god himself. A worthy path to walk.
A wolf is but a walking feast for ravens.
One more gift for you, Dane. A deadly truth, if you can find it. With my death, the Order will not die. It will only transform into something far worse for all of us.
Aelfirth will not cheat Loki's dread daughter twice.
I owe you my life.
An irony not lost on me, Alfred.
My king, we'll go by back streets to the Old Minster. Eivor may find us there when all has settled.
Aelfirth, my love! No! Curse you, Dane! My brother served God!
Rafa was the trailer for AC1 focusing on the Hidden Blade, and in it, when IT assassinates a target, it goes into the same kind of internal view of it passing through them that it does in Valhalla. That's right, yeah, I remember that trailer as well. I thought it was really cool, you know, how they animated that. And I do kinda wonder if that was the direct inspiration for Valhalla. Or maybe it was Mortal Kombat, who knows. But yeah, either way, I really like the inclusion of it. Kind of like showing the gore behind it. It was really well done, though maybe Mortal Kombat took it from the trailer. Maybe, yeah. Because it didn't start kind of that internal view until much later in the series, didn't they?
He was not a Christian. He abhorred your god.
But why strike him down? Have you no compassion for good men?
We both have more questions than answers. But if you know this key, perhaps we can help one another. Where is its home?
You treated me with kindness, but this damned order, their machinations killed my brother, so the rest may rot. Take this key to the ruins beneath the bishop's house. You may find answers there.
Right, only 2 more targets, and then we have all of them. Minus the father, of course. That's true, it was much later on. Yeah. I do kind of like the effect though. It's a fun fact, but if you're actually streaming Mortal Kombat, at least the newer games where they have these kind of like internal view cameras in Germany, and you know there's people like in your chat that are underage, then you can actually get into prison or something. Because of like how brutal it is. It's like only Germany things.
What do you see, Sunan?
Yeah, which is probably why I will never stream the Mortal Kombat games. Or at least the new ones. Hashtag just German things? Yeah. No kidding.
If Aelfir's sister spoke true, I will find answers in the ruins. This must be it. The door to Aelfir's secrets.
Hey, Wessex, welcome in. An unsealed letter. The Marcus Alfred, a withered sprig from his father's trunk. He should have seen it earlier. Someone calling himself a poor soldier is colluding with our king and feeding him names. London and Eoforwick have already fallen to this treacherous rat. Burn the king to ash before he reaches the roots. The instrument. So that's Foke, of course, who wrote that.
Must be blocked from the other side.
A universal decree writ this 870th year of a Christian Jesus. Who walk England against outside agitators?
Everything they did was to undermine Alfred. She lied to me. There's nothing here of the Order. I should see Alfred for my reward.
Is our last great fortress upon this earth, with walls not only of timber and stone, but of will that have repelled our ancient rivals for over 4 centuries. Yet now we face a new threat, ravenous Danes who have not yet accepted our supremacy. We must fight to turn them, or eliminate them. Rome battled, our sects in Francia and Ireland stand ready for our glorious return. The ever resolute, though our order may diminish, our truths are eternal. Father. And see, this is something I take huge issues with, because they kind of like set up everything for the DLC to feature the Order of the Ancients, or at least remains of it. But then they didn't connect the Children of Danu to it, nor did they connect the kind of like Christian sect cult, whatever it was, caught in the Siege of Paris DLC to it either. Even though they could have easily done so, you know. Like their philosophies and what they do kind of definitely align with it. And clearly, you know, like mentioning Frankie and Ireland, it was kind of like a setup of those DLCs, but I guess they didn't do the research there or didn't remember anymore. I don't know. But yeah, missed opportunity there to connect those DLCs to the order. Rod, major oversight. You mean the main game is right there? There's no excuses for not doing the proper research. Exactly. Especially also for the Siege of Paris DLC, because that has been developed by Ubisoft Montreal. Even though it wasn't exactly the same team, I guess. Or the same writers. But yeah. Definitely big oversight there. Or you also wish they had some sort of dialogue or interaction with Hyven after finding out the French boroughs. Yeah, that too, you know, like kind of like make him one of the major characters to interact with instead of Renvi maybe, and then have a connection with him to the boroughs of the assassin that you actually have met there. Take it, someone's dog pooped next to your front door and of course you stepped in it. Already put sand over it, but can you track down the owner and work your magic? No worries, I got this cat. Won't have any issues with that anymore. But if you were to hired to write DLC for a game, you bet you would be thoroughly researching everything to make sure you're coming up with stuff that connects. Yeah. It really makes you wonder, you know, like, is that just a job for them, or are they actually like into the lore, you know? Because even, you know, like regular fans could connect the pieces better sometimes.
Come forth, Eivor.
Here is far enough.
When wrongdoers came to devour my flesh, these enemies stumbled and fell.
Have the laws of hospitality been thrown out, Alfred? I did exactly as we agreed.
That you did. But do not mistake necessity for friendship.
You are a man of your word, a man of God.
Indeed. By his example, I live my life. Goodwin?
Here is the only silver fit for one of your dragon boats. A reminder of Christ's sacrifice and our charity.
This too I offer you. Live here among us in peace as a Christian, or die a pagan in a blood-soaked field. All you have to lose is life everlasting.
And if I choose neither?
He offers you hope, Eivor. A life of purpose, above and beyond this one. You'd be a fool to refuse.
Your reign will end, King of the West Saxons. Raven wings will beat until your throne crumbles to dust.
You were wrong, Goodwin. This one is beyond saving.
You had your chance, damn you!
I did not want it. Damn you, Alfred. I will return to Hytham and Rami. They will want to know what happened here.
Could you run a bit faster, please? I'm trying to escape here. Thank you. Right, so that finishes the story of Winchester. Getting betrayed by Alfred, pretty much. I mean, it wasn't like a, betrayal as in we really trusted Alfred, but he's definitely been using Eivor, of course. Also wasn't really true to his promise, getting the weight and silver of him. We just got a cross, which obviously doesn't weigh nearly as much as the sea does, so yeah. He's been using us left and right here. But of course much earlier too, because he has been written all of the letters of a poor fellow soldier of Christ. Guiding us towards the different order members. Kidding, Aura? Fuck off, Alfred. But it's not like this is a series that was created 5 years ago. Exactly, like there's such a history already, and so much information you can look up on. Come closer, I give you your neck a close shaving. So city is chasing you, but the horse takes its time. Same thing happens in Paris. If you go anywhere near the city, the horse will slow down. Yeah, in Paris it's like on another level, because it happens like not even inside cities, but also like anywhere close to it, or like even if you're like further away, like if it's kind of like an area that's considered to be like village or something, it can also happen. It's actually insane. There's Merton's Cave. It's actually where you can go for Excalibur. And that's where we had Stonehenge, isn't it? Yep. I'm gonna close off the stream rather soon. Unless you wanna go over there and collect another order clue. But I think Excalibur we're trying to go for next time. Or Alfred and company set the whole garden Eivor of an act offended when Eivor is mad. Yeah. Yeah, he's a true Templar in spirit, Just using whatever's convenient. Where's this clue, I wonder? Abijay, am I going to collect the ingots north of Norway? Zone is a mess, level 340 plus enemies but level 20 loot. I won't know. I'm only collecting anything unique gear-wise or wealth-wise. But I don't collect every wealth opportunity or something. Kind of like speed things up a little bit. Festival near Henge Farm.
My eyes, Sunan.
Talking about the side over here? I mean, there's a drinking contest nearby, so it might be festival site. Okay. Search for pig farm at Reddingham Abbey in Hamptonshire. Reddingham Abbey. Oh, it's right next to where our ship is. That's convenient. I think that was the raiding location we did earlier.
I need your eyes, my friend.
Now we just gotta find the pig farm, I guess. It say near Reddingham Abbey, didn't it? No, at Reddingham Abbey. So must be inside. Or at least very close by. That's the right place.
immediately.
Oh damn, I just noticed I was muted the entire time I was talking. Never mind. But yeah. So we found the last order member before the actually last one we have to still hunt. However, we shall be doing that next time, because for today this is everything I wanted to do for Valhalla. But yeah, I'm really happy with the progress we've done today. Finished all of the side content we wanted to do before we can fully focus on the rest of the main story. So next time we shall take on these last 2 order members. And then we're heading to Jotunheim for the last dream sequence with Havi. I wanted to kind of reserve it before we leave for Norway, because what we will learn there kind of connects to the dream in Jotunheim as well. So yeah, that shall be the last thing we will be doing before the end of the game, essentially. Now, I do assume we're gonna be finishing Jotunheim and the last Asgard dream next time easily, because it isn't too long, actually. Especially with me not collecting all of the Tears of Ymir. But I do think it's gonna take us at least another stream to finish also Norway and Hamptonshire. So yeah, I think by Friday though we should definitely finish with Valhalla. So we're in a good pace to get this done by yeah, the next week. For today though, let's go ahead and have a save here. And yeah, this is what we're gonna call it for today. I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me today for some AC Valhalla. Really appreciated everyone tuning in and joining us here today. Thanks also to all the support.
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Thank you also for all the sound bits redeemed today. Hey there, Seraph. Welcome in.
Pissing contest?
Are we done with this pissing contest? Hope you're doing well, Seraph. And that's the voice rod. Thank you also for being here, dude. And thanks again for the raid earlier, too. No worries, Aura. Thank you also for being here. Cheers, Killing Joe. Thanks for joining. And also for the background info on Wales and King Rotary. Cheers, Seraph. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you, dude. Yeah, thank you also to all the new followers as well. the Mandrid and the Shinani Lord, as well as Huygens. Thank you guys for tuning in. And I'm the best. Thank you also again so much for the 20 months of resubbing as well. Thank you so much, dude. And yeah, everybody else, thank you for tuning in, watching the stream, all the lurks, and also everybody who participated in the discussions in chat. Gonna go ahead and find ourselves a raiding target now. So let me have a quick look who's online. Okay, we're gonna go and have a look over to Lucinda. She's currently doing a playthrough of Dying Light 2, doing a New Game Plus run. It's a game I look really forward to playing myself eventually, because it's really big on parkour as well. And yeah, I always love when games kind of like focus on that aspect a bit more. And I think parkour also fits quite well with the whole like survival, running away from zombies kind of like aspect of it. So yeah, let's start a raid here. If you want to join us for the raid, there's a sub-raid alert command. It's Rod posted in chat, so if you're a sub, feel free to copy that. If you're not a sub, we also got this one over here, so feel free to copy that too. Sharpens X raid. It's like...
Odin is with us!
Yo. But yeah, so the next stream is gonna be tomorrow. We'll probably heading back to some Forza Horizon 4. We'll continue there. And then on Wednesday we will do another like properly lengthed stream with Valhalla to finish off and start the Jotunheim Dreams. And yeah, then on Friday we should finally be making an end to the game. At least before the last chapter launches on 6th of December. Yeah, that's a plan for the next days. Hope to catch you guys in some of our streams. And until then, take care and hope everybody's having a good rest of the day and night.
High precision, Gareth.
Until next time. High precision?